And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Reflections of Gaia, a unofficial anime podcast. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me I have three of my good brothers. We have the man losing arguments with himself, good brother Hydra.
And recently collector of puppets.
The master of the Wanderer's Library, good brother Sig.
At the writing desk for once.
And the man with one letter, good brother A.
Hello.
So, we are back once again covering our second half of the TTRPG side of anima. Last time around, we went through the basics and covered some of the stuff in the GM section, and a little bit that was in Beyond the Dreams and Those Who Walked Among Us. This time around, we're getting into three very player-facing books. That is where the real insanity comes in terms of what you can do, which is saying something because already in the core book alone, there's a lot you can do with characters. And here's where that is going to expand further. We are going to be looking through three expansions to Anima. This is what I have referred to personally as the X-Set trilogy. That being Dominus X-Set, the Dominion of Ki, Arcana X-Set, Secrets of the Supernatural, and Prometheus X-Set, the Supernatural Artifacts. Now, you may be looking at that third one and saying, oh, it's just a magic item compendium. That would do it a disservice. It's certainly, in the most pedantic sense, you could call what's in that magic items, but you'll see very quickly that that's kind of skimming the surface. And if you want surface level analysis, William SRD is that way.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, these three books aren't that big. Of the three of them, Dominus X-Set is the biggest, but not by much. Dominus is 146 pages. Arcana is 138, and Prometheus is 130. when it comes to the expansions, the bigger one, I'd say the biggest one when it comes to crunch is Those Who Walked Among Us, which is a bestiary, so it kind of has to be that kind of big. Like Gaia Volume 1 and Those Who Walked Among Us are probably the biggest probably the biggest non-core books. Everything else is pretty light. Though don't confuse light with easy. There's still quite a lot that they pack into the book. But I think the first one we can go into is Dominus Exet, because I feel like first off, there's the fact that everybody has some access to Ki, which we did cover what Ki is in terms of Gaia.
Mm-hmm.
But also, keep in mind that this was still an era where a lot of game designers were hesitant to do anything interesting with martial characters. And here's Anima not only doing that, but letting you go into full-on magic if you wanted to. I mean, let's face it, a technician in Anima is basically a Ki mage.
I mean, when Dragon Ball is one of your inspirations, so of course you're gonna have some. You're gonna be able to pull off some weird shit.
Dragon Ball's mentioned, but I wouldn't consider it an inspiration. And hell, the first time that it got mentioned was in Dominus Exet. But Bleach and Naruto were brought up, as well as Final Fantasy, Street Fighter, and Devil May Cry. At least in terms of adapting techniques. But the first monkey wrench that we get thrown in is Nemesis.
Oh, what do you mean? It's not that complicated.
Nemesis can best be described as a anti-existence to Ki. Essentially something that's created from the void between the union of body and spirit and soul. A reality-devouring emptiness. And before anyone asks, it has no association with undead. Because even undeath, even necromancy involves the soul in some form.
Like, the best way to describe Nemesis was almost like antimatter, but even then, it's kind of like maybe if you squint.
Yep. Antimatter is certainly one approach to it, but the best way to describe it is the concept of a void, a concept of emptiness. Since it is the in-between when you are separating that relationship between the body and soul. Which I suppose is why you'll see why the term nemesis is used when it comes to what you can do with it. But of course, when it comes to getting martial knowledge and getting key points, that we already covered 2 weeks ago. There is an optional rule that involves unification of key points. So instead of generating key through 6 different attributes, you combine that into one whole. So instead of subtracting from attributes when spending key for techniques, you're spending it from this unified reserve. It's just there's different amounts that stat is contributing to. This probably would get out of hand if it weren't for the fact that for most characters, especially starting out, they're only going to be generating 1 or 2 key points per relevant attribute. Usually only 1. Like, you need to get closer to a 10 in a given attribute in order to start generating 2 points. Now, one particular thing that was also added is the visible effects when you start to accumulate large amounts of ki. So you could kind of see this as the combat aura, though at higher tiers this feels less like combat aura and more like the Anima banner in Exalted. Just the more that you've got, the more obvious it is what you're doing. But at 20 points, your aura becomes visible. There is a slight disturbance in the atmosphere. At 40 points, stones start floating. If you're outdoors, wind starts rising. At 80 points, you start attracting storms. You might trigger lightning storms or raise gales. The earth starts cracking, weak constructions shudder from shockwaves. At 120 points, it's a case of GM's call. However, in addition to that, if you don't use it, you will start decaying it. Like the higher up on that ladder you are, if you've accumulated that amount of power and you don't release it, you start losing ki. Not permanently, but it does degrade. So if you're accumulating, you better be using it quickly, or you're wasting it.
I like to think of it of like you have a bucket, but there's holes in the bottom of it. If you're not actively using the water, eventually the bucket's going to be empty.
Yep. There was a sidebar about aura colors and how that could lean into certain themes or personality types. Which there isn't a mechanical element for it, but it is a nice little suggestion. On the other hand, they had it that if your ki drops to 10 or less, you could lose a point of fatigue every few minutes you remain in that state. Or every 5 turns if it's 0. Personally, I never used that mostly because I feel like that's punishing people after they've spent ki. You're doubling down. I don't like doubling down on costs.
I can see the idea behind it. It's kind of like, hey, you went and burnt yourself out, pun intended, and now you're exhausted. But yeah, it's like if you're already in the state where you're already less than 10 ki, especially when you use ki as your main gimmick, like it's already punishment enough, and then having fatigue every turn, and that will like escalate fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But in addition to that, there were some more advanced combat rules that were suggested. Some of them being if there's a attribute imbalance, which is basically meant to be a bonus cap. If one attribute is if between attribute pairs one is much higher than the other, if there's a bit of a or if there's a bit of a gap between attribute comparisons. Uh, though this is one of those things I didn't use often because it's a kind of rich get richer kind of thing. And you know, the source material that Anima is drawing from has plenty of underdog stories, so I don't see why not. And but one of the other big things that amused me is adding in rules for impact. Because there's the common thing of getting hit really hard and flying until you hit a wall or something.
We just have to hit him really, really hard.
That sounds like something Goku would say. Yes.
Yeah! And remember that time you've never beat him!
But the idea, and there was a bit of a typo on it, but the idea is depending on the difference of strength and the level of failure, it might determine the amount of G-force and movement that the target gets thrown. And though the chart that they use assumes human size and weight, and it's more but even with that, the G-force also determines severity, because if you're flying that far, you're going to hit something. And I do like that at minimum with strength 6 through 9 at a failure rating of 1, they're being flown 110 feet at G1.
I mean, just moving at G1 is already quite the idea. Quite the sensation, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Now it talks about failure between 1 to 9 or more. I would say in those kind of situations, some of it is going to be a GM call. But the G-force also determines the level of severity of how much damage you take when you actually hit something. That being said, impact damage is going to be affected differently from other types, but G1, no damage. As opposed to G5 would be 100 to 250 damage.
I mean, you go and get hit by something hard enough to send you 25 miles away. It's like, yeah, that'd be a lot of damage if the hit itself doesn't outright kill you.
Yeah. On the other hand, we have rules for severities of earthquakes, going from no structure being damaged to any structure with a damage barrier of 100 or less is destroyed.
I would say the earthquake rules would probably come up more often than what most people would think.
Especially if you're dealing with this kind of ridiculous power. But there's also a suggestion about how wrecked the surroundings are going to get when you're dealing with high-level combatants, and the total level that we're going with for this is combining the combat abilities of the two combatants in this instance. So first level 150 or more, whereas fourth level is 400. Where you're fighting, where you two are so powerful you are shaking creation.
aka Battle of Gods.
And in addition to that, when perception gets particularly high, you can have higher levels of perceiving the environment. Like at 13, immune to environmental luminosity. So basically any effects of light or dark don't affect you. Or at perception 20, you have absolute perception where you can see down to the atoms and feel every spiritual force around you. In order to do that, you need the Zen ability, because that is the tier that you are at that stage. But in addition to that, there were a few new maneuvers that showed up, like multiple missiles, i.e. defending against multiple ranged attacks. Defensive fan, which is kind of the blade wheel concept in melee combat. Or the ability to anticipate surprise. So no sneak attack for you because your sneak attack has been seen through.
Given how absurd some of these abilities are, is there any reason to play anything other than, well, quote unquote monk?
Yes. Because the rest of them are just as ridiculous. Like, it's in different flavors of ridiculousness, but ridiculousness still happens.
All right.
And of course, I already mentioned that if you reach a total of 200 with an ability, you're considered a master. And so naturally, we have masterful maneuvers. Certain attack maneuvers that you can only do if you're at that level. Like doing an aimed attack that only targets the enemy's clothes.
I mean, like of all the aim attacks, I feel like that one's the most important, especially in anima.
Which I know some people are thinking, oh, this is going to be the attack and someone ends up being naked afterwards. On one hand, yes, that is the thing, but keep in mind, anima has armor breakage rules.
You see, I wasn't trying to be raunchy at all.
So you could go up against somebody who is acting like they're nearly invincible in their armor, and then go, what armor? Also, you're probably feeling a draft right now.
So it's the thief from 8-Bit Theater.
And to make it even worse, that can be combined with stuff like area attack.
Dear grid coordinates, you no longer have clothes.
On the other hand, there's things like pulling a ricochet maneuver with aimed shot. Which, when I see that, I immediately think of the old gag of, you missed. Did I? As it ping-pongs off of 5 things and then shoots his hat off. I mean, on one hand, yes, it does less damage than it would do with a normal shot. On the other hand, you could do things that, like shoot somebody who's hiding behind cover and still hit them. Because we all know the biggest enemy to campers is surprise grenades.
Yeah.
Hi, Pink Tower. How you doing? It's like, hi, I've got the perfect sniper spot. Nobody can shoot me from here because I'll see them coming. And then grenade. And remember, the funny thing about grenades is you don't need to be accurate.
Just don't throw them on the inside a cave.
I mean, as long as you're not inside a cave.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, there's things like delaying damage, which is exactly what it sounds like. The rain of projectiles. Or immobilizing from a distance.
So basically, you could immobilize someone by shooting them in the knee.
Mm-hmm.
You can turn them into a guard?
Yes,
Pretty
yes. Now, there's also talk of how to do a more expanded learning guideline for having people develop ki, usually tied to the knowledge level of a trainer and how much time it takes to develop. And that includes learning martial arts. Although that sort of time thing, I feel like that's only going to get used with people who are hardcore simulation, and I'm not quite sure a lot of people who would be playing something like Anima are going to be in that camp. Which is probably why I don't see the learning times get used all that much. On the other hand, there were certain advantages that were added that I could definitely see some people using. One of them being total accumulation. Which basically means you get your full ki charge whenever you're accumulating ki, instead of only getting half of it when you do an action. I mean, yeah, it costs 2 creation points, but that means you're getting ki points crazy fast.
I mean, that's effectively a pretty low cost considering all the benefits.
Well,
I mean,
you only start with 3 creation points, so it is expensive.
yeah. And it's like, that is really good for if you're planning on making a character that is all in on ki.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, for like 2 creation points, you can get a lot. You can get a lot more generally useful abilities.
Mm-hmm. You know, or if I'd say I could easily see a technician taking something like unconnected techniques, which lets you learn techniques without having to follow the tree rules, and that only costs 1 point.
That is actually really powerful.
Mm-hmm. You know, or obviously things like increased ki accumulation is going to be nice, since that that just means that if you do full accumulation, you're adding 1 more point to what you get, or if you do the 2 CP version, 2 more points. But you can't take it if you take total accumulation, which makes sense because that would get that would mean that if somebody was able to take both, and they had a few 10s in their attributes, they're getting 4 points of ki per turn in each of those attributes that are 10s. So, like I said, I understand why those are mutually exclusive, because otherwise it'd get a bit ridiculous, even for the standards of Anima. But There were a few other abilities that are tied to mechanics we'll get into later, but there are also a expanded key ability tree. Like further and further developing movement of objects with mass movement. So you can do movement of objects, which lets you move things with just key, and now do more of it. It's the same mechanic, it's just you're not limited to moving one object. In addition, the weight rate is 110 pounds per key point.
That's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, energy armor can evolve to armor of greater energy, which just has a energy armor of AT4, which means most energy attacks, and energy attacks are pretty rare, are not going to do much damage to you. Oh. And of course, that can go into armor of arcane energy, where you have AT4 energy armor without having to pay any key points. And if you want to spend 1 key point every 5 rounds, you can bring it up to AT6.
Yeah. Yep, just like, hey, I don't take damage anymore. I don't take energy damage anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you get for working out so much.
Oh.
Indeed, never skip a day.
Of course.
Yeah, you're just outside working out, just occasionally looking at the spellcasters, psychics, just go like, look at them nerds.
Of course, Aura Extension has 4 more evolutions that can be pursued. Elemental Attack, which is exactly what it sounds like. Just put one of the elemental damage types as a secondary on your attacks. The elements you can pick from are fire, air, water, earth, light, and darkness. So the basic 6 elements. If you have an imbalance towards an element due to your race, due to magic, or due to key, you have to pick that element first. And if you pick fire, air, or water, you can use the heat, electricity, or cold damage types as a secondary. If you choose earth, you can use impact as a secondary. Although that's kind of, if you're playing a martial artist, that's kind of redundant since you're going to be using impact anyways.
I mean, you just hit even harder now.
And on the other hand, it does balance out. You are correct, because if the primary damage type is already impact and you pick, say, earth, you're just doing 10 more damage. On the other hand, increased damage just increases 10 points of the base damage of any weapon or attack you're using, including projectiles.
God.
Oh. Increased reach increases the size that you cover with your attacks. It doubles the modifier for the number of targets that you can attack with. Area attacks. Small and medium attacks affect 6 and 8 enemies, and large attacks affect up to 10. Yeah, I'm just going to attack 10 enemies at once with a basic strike.
Was unaware that a TTRPG could become a Musou.
Increased speed just gives +10 to initiative. But it also gives +10 to initiative to unarmed combat. And keep in mind, weapons have initiative penalties, so that can be useful. Presence Extrusion got 2 more evolutions. First being Absorption of Energy, which is exactly what it sounds like. So if you, but the types of attacks that you can absorb with this, it has to be completely supernatural. So if you got hit with a magic enhanced sword, that wouldn't count. If you got hit with a magic beam, that would count.
So it's not the most versatile thing, but at the same time, it's like, hey, if you fight going up against a wizard or a bunch of witches, it's like, hey, I'm just gonna negate some of this damage real quick.
Yeah. For every 5 damage you would receive, you get 1 generic key point. Also, if you would have to pass a resistance check, then it doesn't work.
So it's pretty much only for attacks that you'd have to go and just like normal like block or dodge.
And also, sometimes it may not be a good idea to use it because remember you do have an upper limit on how much key you can hold.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, there's things like physical shield, where you have a damage barrier equal to your presence. Which, given that I believe starting presence was like 30. So most mundane weapons aren't going to do any damage to you.
And this only costs 10 martial knowledge outside of the requirements of presence extrusion.
Yeah. So if you were to go straight for that, let me see, presence extrusion.
You can get that early on, right? So you could theoretically have a pretty low level character with physical shield.
Yeah. Use of key costs 40. Key control costs 30. Presence extrusion costs 10. And physical shield again costs 10. So that's not a whole lot if you wanted to go straight for that. And if you're playing a character like a technician or a Dao, it's going to be really easy for you to get that. Especially a Dao, because learning martial arts increases martial knowledge. And
Zeppo, we have our tank.
And Daos can get martial arts for much cheaper. But then there's with key healing, that has a couple of evolutions. Superior healing, which has it that instead of it being a 1-to-1, every 5 points, not every 5 points, every key point you spend, you recover 5 life points. However, you can't recover more than half damage, i.e., it'll heal, but it won't completely repair. On the other hand, you can invest key in somebody who's dying to stabilize them. It takes 2 to 5 points at the base, and every 2 points beyond that, you can give them a +5 to the physical resistance check to get out of the life and death state. Key transmission has life sacrifice, where, I cast from HP. You spend 2 life points, you get 1 key point. Though sacrifice damage does not heal as easily. So you're not doing that kind of loop.
Yeah, it's like you're not going to be going and like key charging yourself and then healing yourself, or healing someone else to do it.
Yeah,
which is decently balanced.
Key concealment can evolve to Aura of Concealment, which while it is somewhat penalized, it means that you can take key concealment and apply it to multiple people. And elimination of needs can evolve into different elemental immunities: fire, cold, and electricity. You can spend key to make yourself immune to certain intensities of heat, cold, or electric energy.
I could see this be useful for a character that took like an elemental was it elemental bane or elemental weakness?
Mm-hmm.
And they take this to offset that.
Yeah. On the other hand, recovery can evolve to restore others, which just lets you use recovery on people other than yourself. Characteristic augmentation can become superior characteristic augmentation, which just lets you take a characteristic and boost it up to 4 points instead of 3. And maintenance is now a point every 10 turns instead of 5. There's also the improvised combat techniques, which is a separate thing we'll get to later. That costs 50 MK, and I can understand why it costs that much. On the other hand, you've got technique pushing, which lets you, well, overpay in a technique and get better effects. If you do so, the technique increases by half of the value of the technique. So a bonus of 100 to attack would be 150. 5 additional attacks would become 7. You get the idea. In the case of multipliers, the multiplier goes up by 1 point. With resistance checked, the difficulty to pass goes up by 40. Though, fortunately, they didn't do something stupid like have you specify which technique can be pushed and which one can't. You have technique pushing, any technique you have can be pushed. There is a catch, though. The increased effect cannot be applied to maintained effects for techniques. I think if you tried to do that, you'd end up burning through your reserves very quickly. And
I could see some situations where you would want something like that, but yeah.
Yeah. On the other hand, key control can also evolve into combat aura, which is... I know it'd be tempting to say that this is where you get the DBZ aura. I'd say combat aura, the way it's described, is more akin to the killing intent motif, where just somebody has that kind of energy where you feel uneasy just being around them if you're not that strong. Yep. Also, hockey. The effect of it is basically a resistance check that is based on your base presence. Although if you have composure, you can use that instead. And if not to mention the amount of ki that you generate also makes the difficulty even higher. Now, if you pass, you don't suffer any consequences. If you fail, you have some at worst case, you're just affected by an aura. At even worst case, if you fail by 100 or the like, technically it's less, but remember negative numbers, You just faint. And affected means you slow down your movement and you can't be at full capacity. You suffer a -10 all-action penalty. And above that is fear, then paralyze, and then faint. Key control can also evolve into physical dominion, which just adds 10 to physical resistance against any damage. And that can go into physical change, where you can superficially change your appearance somewhat. But it is ultimately an illusion that can be perceived. Unless you go with superior superior change. Which does increase the cost, but it also means not only can you change bits of your appearance, you could change you can increase or diminish your height, though you can't go above large, or take non-human forms.
So pretty much, you finally get to turn to a changeling.
Mm-hmm. Though it's not a. The change doesn't grant you any brand new abilities. It is a very powerful disguise. But if we want to make the Naruto reference, physical dominion can also evolve to multiplication of bodies. Which does exactly what it sounds like. Though if you're carrying any magic or masterwork weapons or something like that, though the copies don't have it. But when it comes to physical abilities, they have it. They're just lower. Each copy has a all-action penalty of 80 and a -4 to characteristics. Though this can evolve further into greater multiplication of bodies, which lets you do it with a lower key cost. It's 2 points per copy. And normally the max is half of your power characteristic. With greater multiplication, it is your power characteristic. And at arcane multiplication of bodies, first off, it only costs 1 point of key per body, and the maximum number of copies that you can maintain is 5 times your power characteristic.
I mean, what? We already brought up Naruto once.
So we have single shadow clone, we have multiple shadow clones, and we have mass shadow clones. Although the copies made for multiplication of bodies, I'd say, are a little bit more sturdy.
I never watched much of Naruto, but I think I remember there was an equivalent of shadow clone technique where the bodies were a little more, like a little more, a little stronger. I may be wrong though.
Normally body copying in that series was just an illusion. The ones Naruto did were real, but they weren't sturdy.
Okay.
They could hit back, but they'd get hit and they'd vanish in one hit.
So they're able to inflict damage, but if any damage is inflicted on them, they puff into the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But multiplication of bodies can also evolve into magnitude, where you can, boost the strength of your copies. It takes the all-action penalty down to 60, and the characteristic penalty to 3. Oh. And of course, that is optional. You don't have to use magnitude when copying. Arcane magnitude decreases the thing even more, but both magnitude and arcane magnitude do have a higher key cost in order to do so.
Physical and martial knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Yep, physical dominion also can evolve into age control. Where you're not immortal, you just age ridiculously slow. And of course, technique imitation, which is an evolution of key control. This is that whole thing of when seeing the key technique, you can master it if you have enough martial knowledge to learn it.
Your monk sorry, your monk version of Blue Mage.
Although having all of these tied to monk is a little bit misleading.
Yeah, anybody can take these, even spellcasters and psychics.
Mm-hmm. The Dao and technician are just better at it in different ways. That is a recurring thing you're gonna see a lot within characterization in Anima. Is anybody can take key, anybody can take magic abilities, anybody can take psychic abilities in theory, but some classes and some builds are going to be better at it or get more out of it. But I already hinted at Nemesis, and Nemesis has its own ability tree, much like Key does. And this includes things like an armor of emptiness, which is not energy armor. It's just full damage reduction. Any attack that would hit you has -10 damage. And an amplified version of that called Not, which which reduces damage by 30. And the funny thing about both is neither of them use any key.
Cheekies.
But then we get to some of the funner parts with Nemesis, like key cancellation.
Pretty much hard counter most, if not all, key abilities.
Mm-hmm. And it is an area of effect. Your power characteristic determines the maximum distance. So if you've got power 10, which you probably would want to shoot for if you're playing a Dominus, that's a range of 50 feet. Now, if you somehow got power 20, that's a radius of 15 miles.
Yep, you just go like, hey, guess what? Yeah, you just don't have key. Have fun.
Mm. Now, it does cost key to maintain key cancellation. But what it ultimately does is reduce that key that can be accumulated. So anyone trying to accumulate key, which is going to be anybody who has this kind of thing, if say it's 1-2 accumulations, then they're not getting anything. And of course, greater key cancellation works the same way, just a greater amount of reduction. Also more key to spend. On the other hand, you can do the same thing with magic. And just screw over people's accumulation of Xeon.
Because why not?
And of course that has a greater variant. And the same thing can be done with psychic matrices, which also has its own greater version. It pretty much reduces psychic potential. You could also do this with binding. So you have a way to screw over summoners. On the other hand, you have things like Body of Emptiness, where you get a bonus to resistances, and you never suffer bleed effects. Things like No Needs is basically a mirror of Elimination of Necessity. So you don't need to eat. You also don't need to sleep.
Or just the little boys and girls' room.
On the other hand, you have things like Movement of Emptiness, which lets you use power instead of agility to determine your movement value.
I'm starting to see a pattern in these names.
Mm-hmm. You know, Form of Emptiness, which allows you to go completely spectral. If you do that, you are completely intangible, and only energy attacks can hit you. On the other hand, that can be evolved into Essence of Emptiness, where you don't have pain or fatigue penalties anymore in that form. You ignore critical penalties. And that can go even further into One with the Nothing. Where pain, fatigue, physical damage, doesn't matter the type of wounds you suffer, your energy always maintains its original form. And it essentially makes you immune to any sort of amputation.
You can't amputate what was never there.
Mm-hmm. Basically, even if it's massive damage, you never suffer any physical penalty.
What's the matter with this tendon? The thread won't cut.
Yep. Obviously, you did have Key Aura, so Nemesis has Aura of Emptiness. Which does work in a similar way. Though the thing with a lot of these AoE effects is anybody within them is fair game.
This is very much the, oh hey, nobody's having fun using X thing with me around.
Mm-hmm. That's why I feel the name Nemesis is apropos for it.
It's the sister of Silencer from 40K.
He says, why do you suddenly hear Linkin Park music now? I don't know. Why?
You have your Spotify on.
And I have mine on, but I don't have... But I don't have... I have... But not that. But there were a few additional combat modules that were added. Things like multiple missiles, self-explanatory. A defensive style variant for second weapon, which I would say dual wielding in Anima is a lot easier than in some games, since it is just taking spending a few development points on combat modules, and while you may have some penalties, it's nowhere near as much of a obstacle. I think we remember the 3E days where you needed like 3 or 4 different feats in order to be decent at dual wielding.
Or if you're a Salma Massachusetts bastard, just play a ranger.
I've already covered that. But one of the other ones I find amusing is dodging with shield, which just lets you take the blocking bonus to shields and put them to dodges.
I mean, if you're playing that as a class that could do both, that would be a nice investment.
Mm-hmm. But one new thing that was added in is limits. Now, one might look at that and say, "Oh, limits are like limit breaks." No. A limit which you can only choose one of. Once you pick it, you cannot swap it out. If you need to have a degree of Natura in order to use it. If you're an entity between world or if you're a spirit, you can't have it. And each limit allows for greater options for key use, but at significant cost. Like the first one, More's the limit of death, which only costs 20 martial knowledge. Has that you get a point of key every time you kill an opponent. This is at a maximum of 10 key points per attack, even no matter how many victims you have. But it should be noted that it doesn't matter how powerful the target is that you take out, just that you take them out. On the other hand, you can't take out herd animals or bugs and get the effect.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you have things like Calum, the limit of danger. When your life points are 1/4 of your max, you get 30 key automatically. After that, you can't use the effect again for at least a whole day. But one of the cheaper limits is, though it certainly has a cost, is Terminus, the final limit. When you have negative life points, you immediately get 30 key points once per day. So, would that count as the rough equivalent to Zenkai boost?
Probably.
I'd say halfway there.
Mm-hmm. But the point is that taking a limit, it is a significant investment. So I can understand why you can only do one. Given the fact that a lot of them are giving a lot of around 30 key for their effects, even if you can only use them once per day. 30 key can do a lot in Anima.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously they did also expand the martial arts. Instead of just one module for martial arts, Dominus X set introduced 3 degrees for basic martial arts and 2 degrees for advanced. The basic martial arts have a base, advanced, and supreme degree. Advanced martial arts have a base and arcane degree. And obviously, if you pick Dao, you're getting them cheaper. For a base degree martial art, it costs 20 DP. For advanced degree, it costs 30, and for supreme, it costs 50. And remember, that's cut in half for Dao. So a Dao could get a base degree martial art for 5 DP. That is dirt cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a limit to just how you could just abuse that character creation?
Yes. We covered that a couple weeks ago. The 50% rule, or in some cases 60% depending on your class, still applies. Because keep in mind, the big limitation is what you can spend. But for, let's see, what would be a good example to go through the 3 degrees to showcase what you get? You know what? We don't have enough characters in RPGs that use capoeira, so I'll go with that one.
Go with Bob Makihara.
Mm-hmm. So, base degree, when you make an area attack, you are treated as using a medium weapon and can affect 3 adversaries. Does 20 plus strength in terms of damage, using the impact type. You do have to have a dance of 20 to use it. Advanced degree, the unarmed attack is considered, it can be an area attack with a large weapon, so you can affect 5 enemies at once. Damage doesn't change. You need Dance 40 and Dodge Unarmed 120 to learn it. It also gives you a plus 10 to Dodge. And Supreme Degree, you can hit... Your attacks can hit a multitude of enemies with extreme ease. And as a result, you only suffer minus 10 to attack when using area attacks. But
that is big.
But in order to get that high, you need a dance of 120, and you need to master unarmed dodge. On the other hand, but you do get plus 10 to dodge when using it. I think that's a good demonstration of what supreme degree versions of martial arts can do. Like I'd say the base version that we saw in the core book would be the equivalent of probably advanced degree in this, while base is for just dipping a little bit into different martial arts. With advanced martial arts, I'll look at Seraphite, the Art of Fire, a art that was developed to hunt demons.
I'm down.
It is considered dangerous because practitioners have to jump headfirst into attacks. But base degree, you can temp increase your attack ability to 20 in exchange for a minus 30 penalty to your defense. On the other hand, you can boost a basic martial arts damage by 10. In order to use it, you need Shotokan Advanced Degree or Kempo Advanced Degree, as well as the Presence Extrusion key ability and an attack unarmed of 180. But it does give you plus 20 to attack when you learn it. Advanced Degree just expands the bonus and penalty by 30 and 50 respectively. You need to have 280 in attack in order to use it, and Shotokan or Kempo in Supreme Degree. And in addition to that, you can still attack even when you've taken a hit. Unless it's a critical, in which case you can't. But it is always refreshing to see this kind of complexity when it comes to using martial arts. Because we've seen plenty of RPGs, even ones that are martial leaning, that still treat unarmed combat as a one-size-fits-all, and that's not the case here. But you remember a couple weeks ago when I said that the whole why aren't there weapons for martial arts was something that had a bit of pushback? I remember people having pushback on that. I guess that was answered because there are weapon modules for martial arts in Dominus Exet. So it does mean having to spend some DP, but it basically means you can apply the benefits of martial arts to certain weapons. Not to every weapon, mind you. There's only specific ones that you can do this to. Like, for example, Muay Thai, you'd have to be a saber, urumi, a talwar, or a brakamarte. But
Wait, did you say Muay Thai or Capoeira?
Capoeira. Though with Muay Thai, the weapons for that are Kestis and Ram Dao. But each of them are the more expensive ones are the ones that have a bunch of weapons. Most of them are going to be 10 to 20 DP each. But there were a bunch of new options when it came to creating new key techniques, but the rules are largely the same in terms of using key techniques and gaining new ones. You are still you're still doing a main effect, then a secondary effect, then calculating the martial knowledge and the accumulation costs, and how that's going to be spread out between characteristics. The costs are somewhat modified from the core book, but the way things work isn't. There's just a bunch of more options, and in addition to that, Dominus X had also added a bunch more technique trees that can be pursued. I'm not going to go through all of the options possible because that would be missing the point. But there were also things like the Legacies of Blood. which are a special type of advantage. Basically, you have some sort of supernatural background with your history. And each one will because it's an advantage. Each one will cost a certain amount of creation points, but give a bunch of advantages. Some legacies are strong enough that they have a level modifier on them, much like the full races we saw a couple weeks ago. But a few examples would be things like being tied to an element or having the eyes of death. Or Orochi's blood, which, if that sounds like it's dipping into Iori Yagami, yes.
Awesome! I'm down. Though I'd go more Shinakuma in Capcom vs. SNK 2.
Which I know, which only costs one point as far as creation, but using its ability can run the risk of going berserk.
I mean, there's no such thing as a free sandwich.
Or if you suffer a critical, if you receive a critical, even if it doesn't have an effect, it can still trigger this berserker moment. So there's always a catch. But there's also a advanced version of combat modules known as Ars Magnus, or the Great Arts. These things have a developmental point cost and a martial knowledge cost. Some of them require a blood legacy in order to use them. The minor ones don't. But there's not as many minor ones as there are the major ones. And these ones are techniques and abilities that have a lot of requirements and are ridiculous. Like ethereal infinite attacks, which cost 40 DP, 40 MK, and you need an attack ability of 200. This is the I attack hundreds of times and they didn't realize it kind of thing. Where basically you can attack someone for 5 turns. They don't feel the effect until after that. You total all the points of damage you would have done, and then can do a few extra effects. One of them being sure critical, where the damage is cut in half, but they are automatically given the effects of a critical. Essentially automatic massive damage. On the other hand, you have things like absolute attack, where you get a bonus to your next attack equal to the total damage you would have produced during those 5 turns. So, yeah, that's not even one of the most ridiculous techniques that the Ars Magnus can do. And once again, I'm not gonna go into all of them, but there are quite a bit, and each one is. These are the kind of techniques that you would spend a whole campaign trying to chase.
Oh yeah.
That the third arm of Ars Magnus is the impossible weapons. These are one example of crazy ass weaponry. Each one that was in Dominus Exet is tied to a zodiac sign. Several of them have actually, not several of them. A few of them have a Magister variant of it that is even stronger. But give me a zodiac sign, and I'll dig into what it has.
Cancer?
Okay. Cancer is monofilament weapons.
Taurus.
Let's see. Taurus is... Let me scroll down a bit further. Okay, I think I went... Did they not put it in... Did I end up skipping it? Taurus is giant double-headed weapons.
Sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm. It is, though they are giant double-headed weapons that are thrown like a boomerang.
Again, sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm. All of them throwable in an arc as well. Oh. I may as well pander to mine with Leo, and that is weapon pistols.
Nice.
So, I know one might think, oh, so that's a gunblade. We have a sword pistol, a spear rifle, and a mace cannon.
One of the players I was in a campaign with had a mace cannon. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like the chain shot in Dark Ages?
No. It is... It is a mace with a cannon.
Or it's a cannon with a mace.
Described as, this weapon is a heavy two-handed mace that incorporates a light cannon throughout its entire structure. So I don't think I could compare it to the chain shot. On the other hand, the cannonball produces explosions.
I mean, it's not enough again to hit it by a cannonball that it also has to explode.
Yep. And of course, if you wanted to, you could do a combined attack maneuver and use both parts at the same time. I mean, you take a attack penalty for it, but you can do it. Basically, you're doing a melee attack and then immediately getting a follow-up attack with the firearm version for free. And the base damage for the cannon is 120.
I mean, if you're gonna get shot by a cannon at point blank, of course it's gonna hurt.
Of course it is. Why would it not?
Yep. And yes, Scorpio is a sword whip for those of you who main Ivy. But there's even things like a yo-yo for Pisces.
The yo-yo is definitely an interesting weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, one of the best clerics in all of fiction used a yo-yo as a weapon.
And then there's the 13th constellation, which is just infinite swords.
Oh, look! Right up my alley.
Oh.
I mean, like, you can never have too many swords.
Like swords.
I am the bone of my sword.
But speaking of going further into the bullshit, then there's things like the Seals of Invocation, which is basically a way for key users to do summoning without using magic.
I call hacks, man. That's some bullshit.
Then why do you even have all these different powers if we're all pretty much gonna do everything anyway?
I already answered that question.
Indeed, I'm just being pedantic.
Or maybe you're just being rhetorical.
The answer is yes.
But with the Seals of Invocation, and it does cost key to use them, and you do need martial knowledge in order to get them. They are tied to there are a few different types: air, water, fire, metal, and earth/wood. Each is tied to certain elements, and because of that, there is a certain tie to specific type of things you can summon, and they are divided into smaller and greater seals, or rather minor and greater. This is the problem when you're dealing with a rough translation. Activating a minor seal costs 5 key. A greater seal is the equivalent of 5 minor seals of the same element. Though it costs 15 key to activate. Learning a Seal of Invocation is much like learning a key ability. You have to spend martial knowledge in order to do it. It costs 30. It costs 30 to master a minor seal, and 60 for a greater seal. And of course, you need to master the minor before the greater at least once.
Oh, so you can prestige in a sense.
Now, once you have it, once you have them, you can use them to invoke creatures. This is not far removed from summoning checks. And of course, as we mentioned with summoning a couple weeks ago, you can fail this and it can blow up in your face. But you don't have. But if you want to maintain whatever you summon, that is, if its level is less than 10, 1 key point per turn. If it's 10 or more, 2 key points. And on the other hand, it's taken straight from accumulation, so it's not like you have to spend. As long as you can still accumulate, you can keep them around. If you really want to make sure it can work, you can do blood pacts, which I'd say is somewhat similar to familiars. It just takes a longer time in order to do it. On the other hand, there are some greater packs where you don't get to summon the thing directly, but things associated with it. And the level of the creature you're summoning determines how many minor or greater seals you need. sometimes both. The type of element that you need can be based on the nature of the creature as well as its element or its class. For example, something weak that's like level 1, that's just 2 minor seals. Whereas something that's level 10, 2 greater seals. And they do give a few examples, like summoning a Ifrit would take 1 greater fire seal. And
I mean, you need a lot of power to summon the spicy boys.
mhm.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it's not always tied to just one element. For example, summoning Gandalfon would take a greater fire seal and a minor metal seal. And it would be very easy for me to draw parallels to summoning jutsu in Naruto through this. But I think what's clear here is that while you can summon using Seals of Invocation, it does have its costs. Though when it comes to those seals, it's not like if you use it, you lose the seals. It's more of, this is the upper limit to what you can do. Which makes sense. And it is funny that this is a case of this mix between the Hellenistic elements and the Wuxing. Something we kind of had as well with the exalted elemental dragons. But beyond that is a bigger compendium of techniques, which is good because there are only 2 sample technique trees in the core book, which is nice, but more is always better. And I already went into how ridiculous they can get. At the tail end, there is also some new weapons and armor. But before we jump on to the next book after a brief break, what do you guys think of what Dominus Exet brings to Anima?
I want to be a demon hunter. What? I have a one-track mind. Sue me.
I'll see you in court
Look at
next
Joe
week.
Hunter. Well, let's be frank. And this is just for key characters. I can only imagine the sheer shenanigans once we've covered the other 2 supplements.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Arcana's gonna be fun.
Yeah, Arcana will cover magic and psionics. And obviously I won't be going into individual spells because otherwise I'd be here all day.
Like literally we could have an entire series just on the magic, like the spells and other magic stuff in Anima, but we don't have time for that.
Yeah. But outside of that whole I want to be a demon hunter thing, what did you think of Dominus Exet, Sig?
I do like that there is a lot of good martial stuff, but because I'm a martial class enjoyer and that's kind of my thing, so seeing all this extra stuff added to Anima itself is actually pretty neat.
I know this isn't your first rodeo with it, but what did you think revisiting this, eh?
Like whenever I skimmed through this, I skimmed through it mostly in the mindset of trying to help make my psychic a little better. But after stepping back and looking at the book as a whole, there's a lot here for pretty much for nearly any build or game like character style that you like that you could be trying to pull off.
Mm-hmm. But
Well, my turn.
Yep.
Well, as far as the players goes, we got the. This is awesome. More options, and especially this stupidly fleshy and overpowered kind, all the better.
Mhm.
As a game master, I'm dreading this.
Yeah.
Counterpoint: the door swings both ways.
That is true.
Wait, you mean to tell me I am allowed to go ahead and beat up my party? I thought the whole point of a game master was to go ahead and help ease the players, not give them a beating.
That's not up to me.
I mean, sometimes the party needs to be put in their place every once in a while.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, if that's okay, so fuck restraint, I'm going to full asshole.
But-
Sounds good to me.
With that said, we're gonna take a break for a couple minutes, and then we'll be back to cover the insanity in Arcana exet. So see you in a few.
Okay.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. So,
Hooray!
also, Redface says, sometimes the players make enemies and sometimes they are strong enemies. Fair. Also, hey there,
Yeah.
Scalia. So, Arcana Exet covers the supernatural as well. So we're covering summoning, magic, a overhauled magic system, which I kind of hinted at when talking about Core Exet 2 weeks ago, and psychic. Now, of those, psychic doesn't get as much attention, but that's not to say it doesn't get attention at all. And there is talk about the origin of magic, the way what Xeon is, the way it works. They also do the whole fatigue if you have very low levels of Xeon, which, much like with Ki, I don't use. There's also the fact that if you accumulate too much Xeon, it becomes much more obvious in the same way that it becomes obvious if you accumulate a lot of Ki. At 150 points, supernatural phenomena starts happening around you. At 300 points, anyone can see magic, sees runes and currents of magic gathering around you. At 500 points, your supernatural power is clearly visible, even if they can't see magic. At 900 points, it's GM's call. Once again. You can use magic appraisal to hide the effects. But obviously, the more Xeon you've accumulated, the harder that's going to be to do. But instead of the different levels of overcasting, Core Exet overhauled it so that there were 4 tiers of spell based on your intelligence characteristic. And I do remember one question early on when looking at classes was, where's the cleric? Like, if somebody wants to do holy magic, how would that work? And the answer is pretty simple. Just a light wizard.
Yeah, just cast light magic, and I can contest. Light magic is bullshit.
Yes. But when it comes to summoning, the main thing that changes in Arcana Exet is the ability to mass summon. However, if you do that, the difficulty increases the more beings you're trying to summon and the bigger level difference you need. And remember, summoning is still a check, so it can backfire on you.
Yep.
But a strong enough summoner could summon maybe 1,000 things at once. On the other hand, there is an alternate form of summoning with invocation, as mentioned before. If you choose to go down the path of invocation, you can't do normal summoning. But in addition to that, you can spend development points just on Xeon regeneration instead of magic accumulation. This can be done at half the normal cost. But again, it doesn't affect accumulation. It just means that every day or after 4 hours of meditation, you're getting more Xeon back than normal. So it can be done. It's going to be expensive because increasing anything Xeon related is going to be pricey, but it can be done. Now, I mentioned before it can be a bit costly to do mass summoning. If you take the mass summoner advantage, it is mitigated a little bit because that increases your level by 1, 2, or 3. Depending on how many creation points you're willing to spend. On the I'd say one that is going to be essential to some mages is gradual magic learning, where every time you level up, you get +5 to total magic level. Meaning, if you're pursuing a path, every level you're going to be getting at least one new spell. Probably 2, because a lot of the paths give a new spell every other level. But there aren't as many new advantages in here as opposed to Dominus. There is, however, additional theorems of magic. Think of these as, I guess casting traditions. Would you say that's accurate, A?
Yeah. Like, I mean, at the end, you still cast magic. It's just how it's done, and then a little bit mechanics wise. Again, I just looked at the core rulebook for spell casting. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave this alone.
Yep. But there are 4 theorems that are presented: Omiudon, Vodun, basically voodoo, shamanism, and natural magic. Omiudo involves being able to create ofudas. Also known as Shinpu or talismans. Which let you this is basic. If you want to be the wizardiest wizard, this is one way to do it, since you are preparing your spells on scrolls. Each ofuda is created for a specific spell that's predetermined. When you cast the spell, you throw the scroll into the air and has it and watches it disappear in your hands as the symbols change shape. Creating an ofuda is complex, but it is necessary for you to use your magic. The level of spell you're trying to put in the thing determines the difficulty you need to pass on ritual calligraphy. Though the more time you spend on it, the easier the check is. If you spend 30 minutes, no big deal. If you spend a minute, you actually get penalized. If you spend a month crafting it, it's a bonus of 120. But you can't. But one of the advantages is that the spell's basic level value can be added to accumulation when trying to cast that spell. In addition, the maintenance cost for that spell is cut in half. On the other hand, if you try and cast a spell without Nofuda, you're paying double what you would otherwise. So I think you can see why I say that an Omiyudo mage is the wizardiest wizard.
Yeah.
This would be the closest thing to the traditional wizard in the world's most litigious role-playing game. But then, of course, there's voodoo, which one of the main things required for it is a physical link. Hair, blood, a body part, a personal item, a very personal item, the remains of a family member. Which allows for affecting people even over long distances.
So do be careful when you cut your nails to not leave it on the ground. Otherwise, someone may put a curse on you.
Yep. On the other hand, if you take the voodoo theorem, you're not very good at offensive magic. In fact, all attack spells you cast have their final damage cut in half. And I do want to note that it doesn't investing in a theorem of magic doesn't cost anything. The catch is you can only do one. But
that makes sense.
Then shamanism is all about summoning spirits, and it is the stronger spiritual area you're in, the easier it is to cast. It also determines how much Xeon you're spending. Like if you're in a weak area, you're spending 200 Xeon, as opposed to a very strong spiritual area where a normal one you're spending 200, a powerful one you're spending 500, but are doing powerful spirits. An exceptionally powerful one, you don't it becomes stupid cheap. You'd only spend half of your normal Xeon to cast any spells. But calling spirits is easier or more difficult depending on how close of a tie you have. If it's related to your character and related to your magic, it's easier. If it's opposing, they automatically fail. And because of the nature of spirits and because of the way the soul flux works in Gaia, if you took shamanism, you cannot use necromancy. You can't learn it, you can't cast it, you are cut off from it.
Makes sense.
But on the other hand, natural magic is exactly what it sounds like. It is wild magic. It is the kind of magic that is extremely freeform, but also extremely unpredictable. its powers are significantly less potent, but there's a lot of width in terms of what you can do with it. On the other hand, there are certain limitations. Things like time. No natural magic can last longer than a day. You can't use the same effect on a target more than once a day. And beings created by magic can't use natural magic. Because remember, magic must defeat magic.
Yes.
Indeed.
But it is a bit more freeform and a bit looser. So if you wanted to have a mage who isn't relying on a structured approach or is far more of a wild mage, you could take this approach. I feel like the natural magic option would also be a good option if you wanted to take the druid route. Or something like a druid.
Yeah, I was gonna make that comment where the natural magic feels like you're more of your stereotypical druid.
It is a mystery. Look, how could I not bring up Mystery of the Druids? Or the Druids, as it calls it in that
The
thing.
druids.
I would give them shit for that, but they were trying to cover British Isles and specifically Irish myth and the development studios in Germany.
Yeah.
But then there's meta magic. Now, some of you who have more of a D&D background think you know what you're getting yourself into with meta magic. Let me disabuse you of that notion. Meta magic is not just I have this particular feat so I could mess around with the effects of the spell. Meta magic is a full ass tree. And I'm going to screenshot this and share it with you guys in the side chat so you can see this bullshit.
I don't need to. I also got the PDF as well, and I'm looking at it right now.
I don't, but holy shit, what in the actual fuck is this?
It's a tree. It's a magic tree.
Mm-hmm.
What in the spear grid fuck is this?
The Arcana Saphira.
Jesus.
This is the representation. This is the representation of you're a wizard now, Harry. Have fun learning all this shit.
I see you double damage. Any chance we could turn that into quad damage?
Or unlimited Xeon.
We'll get to that. But in order to get a sphere in it, you have to pay up in magic level points. That is the bottom number is how many magic level points you have to spend. The red number is the minimum level for certain meta magic to be utilized. And of course, fortunately, unlike say the sphere grid, there isn't some universal starting point. But you pick one you're qualified for, then you can branch off into what it's associated with. But it's not like you're stuck with that one starting point. So this is one way you can add a bit more fuckery to your spells. And a lot of the effects will have a basic level version and an arcane level version. This is due to the fact that with several of them, they show up more than once, so it's kind of a stacking effect. Like, for example, there's a defined magic projection twice. One of them requires level 4, one requires level 5. But unless I'm mistaken, I don't think you have to spend additional Xeon to apply meta magic. You just have it.
So it's definitely an investment. Expensive, but once you got it, you pretty much get to abuse it.
Mm-hmm. Now, despite the size of the tree, it does have 4 archetypes that it follows. The first is mastery of arcane warfare, which if you're doing magical combat, this is one you're investing in. The second is arcane power, which is more about having options with spending and recovering Xeon, and has some fun effects. Then there's arcane esoterica, which can empower, which is more unusual with how it can empower effects. And finally, arcane knowledge, which is exactly what it sounds like. So you don't get as many spells, but you can do a lot more with the ones you do have. On the other hand, you have right in the center, which are the things that are level 10 or slightly less, are where the real bullshit thing comes in, like high magic. You can use high magic spells.
Yep, you just have access to those spells now. Have fun.
Or we already made jokes about unlimited Xeon, so we may as well dive into that. Unlimited Xeon. When the wizard casts a spell, he spends only half the total Xeon cost of that spell. It's important to note that this does not mean the character only has to accumulate half the spell's Xeon value to cast it. He needs to accumulate full Xeon value, but when he casts the spell, he only uses half. So if he accumulates 200 points of Xeon, he only spends 100. The remaining points go right back to reserve. And I do have to correct myself. You do spend extra for metamagic effects. I don't know why I thought you didn't. It's just that the extra points depends on the metamagic you're using. Though there was one. And then again, there's stuff like double casting, because double spell is an effect. Or and even though you can cast high magic with meta magic, it is more expensive if you don't have Gnosis 25.
I mean, at this point, you'd be pretty close to getting that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Getting the correct level of Gnosis.
Yeah. But there are the endpoints of the branches are referred to as meta master effects. Another example of this would be natural maintenance, where spells with maintenance cost per turn only need to have that cost paid every 5 turns, and spells requiring daily upkeep only need to have it paid once per week. However, it's 1 spell for every 2 points of your power characteristic. Or double damage, which does exactly what it sounds like.
To go on a double damage rampage.
Mm-hmm. Though any bonuses you get, any damage bonuses you get, aren't doubled. Just the base damage is. Which would make sense. That would get ridiculous. But even double base damage is still pretty crazy. Oh. While they don't call it Metamaster, there's also Avatar. Where you become an avatar of magic itself. Which...
So you turn to a giant blue furry?
I'm not going to reduce Anima to the level of James Cameron's level. Oh.
Well, it's better than being a Titan of Ether.
Regardless, you become an intangible creature that applies the rules for damage resistance, replacing your life points with Xeon points. That is, when you suffer damage, you lose Xeon points rather than life points. While in this state, you get a bonus of plus 50 to your accumulation, and plus 20 to all resistances. Physical, magical, psychic, venom, and damage. Activating Avatar costs the character who's using it half his current reserves of Xeon. He can end the state at will. I would only advise using Avatar if you have crazy high amounts of Xeon as is, like 1,000 minimum. But given the fact that you need to be level 10 in order to even use it, you're close to that amount anyways.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you're like, by the time you get to the point where you can use this, like cast it, you're to the point where it's not almost a viable strategy.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, anytime you take damage, it goes straight to your MP. On the other hand, having a crazy high accumulation means you're going to be casting spells stupid fast. Because remember, having a lot of Xeon isn't enough. Not unless you want to spend 5 rounds casting that one fireball. But I kind of when we talked about magic a couple weeks ago, I kind of hinted at the idea of free access spells, which were these universal spells you could get every 10 levels.
Mm-hmm.
At certain ranges. Arcana Exet introduces subpaths of magic. If you choose a subpath, you are replacing free access spells with that subpath. Each subpath has 10 different spells, the equivalent of 10 free access spells. Lower paths like the elemental paths have more free access spell slots, so you can do multiple subpaths if you want. Higher paths, no. You got one and that's it. And in addition to that, there are certain subpaths that if you take them, you cut yourself off from others. But most of these subpaths will have their spells ranging from levels 4 to 94. It's basically meant to be the equivalent level of a free access spell. And there's quite a few, and then people would homebrew even more. Because we already talked about the 11 paths of magic. The subpaths that are available are things like chaos magic, war magic, literature, death, music, nobility, peace, sin, knowledge, blood, dreams, time, umbra, and void. And just to give an example of what kind of bullshit these subpaths can do, which one of these subpaths should I focus on?
Did you say noble was one of them?
Nobility.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what that's all about.
Okay, nobility. Spells related to appearance, social status, and superiority. If you choose, it cannot be taken as a subpath for creation, destruction, essence, fire, or necromancy. So its 4th level spell is Visage, which removes external imperfections on a target's face. And also gives an appearance bonus and allows one to look a bit younger, depending on the tier of spell that it goes with. Though appearance is capped at 10. Then at 14th level is Perfume, which is exactly what it sounds like.
I mean, you could save a lot of money if you could just cast a spell rather than spend it on countless bottles.
Mm-hmm. At the basic tier, it produces the scent at a 60-foot radius. At intermediate, 100 feet. At advanced, 120 feet. And at arcane, 150 feet. But at higher tiers, we get some special kinds of bullshit. At intermediate, when the target makes a style check that might be influenced by body order, you can increase the check result by 1 level. At advanced, you can increase it by 2 levels. And at arcane, anyone who smells the perfume for more than 5 turns must pass a magic resistance 100 check or fall into a state of fascination. You smell so good, you charm them.
This part of the podcast is brought to you by Axe Body Spray.
And then there's Musa, which gives you inspiration to make a masterful interpretation of a traditional art, such as playing an instrument, singing, dancing, painting, writing, composing, etc. It basically gives you a secondary ability of music, dance, or art at a certain level. Basic, 120. Intermediate, 180. Advanced, 240. Arcane, 280. Remember that if you have 200 in an ability, you are considered a master in that ability. On the other hand, when it comes to arcane tier spells and even some advanced tier spells, you need to go past 10. So remember, 10 in a characteristic is considered the human maximum. Everything after that, you are post-human. But at level 34, we have Wardrobe, which temporarily transforms your clothes into others of exquisite quality. And at higher tiers, can grant armor type 4 against any kind of attack, and they repair immediately if they suffer any kind of damage that isn't supernatural.
Magical wardrobe, how nice.
A magical wardrobe is nice. A magical armed wardrobe is even nicer.
And if you pair this with something from what is it, the cape weapons from Dominus, it's like both of those would be pretty decent.
Yeah. I think in that case you'd have a supernaturally powered matador who could actually win the fight with the bull.
I mean, depends on the bull.
Mm-mm. But then at level 44 there is Pleasant Conversation, which lets you perceive the surface thoughts and major interests of the target, making it easier for you to engage with the target in pleasant conversation. They can resist using a magic or psychic resistance check. If they fail, the caster gets a bonus of 200 to all style and persuasion rolls intended to fascinate him and pull them into a casual conversation. For it to work, you need to talk for at least a minute to a target who is not hostile. Although there's no maintenance costs, it only lasts until the conversation stops. Weaponize your Minnesota long goodbyes, people.
Damn.
The higher the tier determines the difficulty that the target needs to pass. So basic, 120. Intermediate, 160. Advanced, 200. Arcane, 240. But then there's Grandeur at level 54, which gives you an air of grandeur, giving you great authority to those accustomed to obeying orders. Anyone within or entering a 15-foot radius around you must pass a magic or psychic resistance check, or be forced to please you, treating him with respect and deference due to being a superior. A soldier will not ask you questions, an innkeeper will offer their best table, servants will kneel and quickly respond to the slightest desire. Grandeur has no effect on individuals who have a marked hostility against you, or who know and feel that you are equal or superior, or beings who simply believe that they could not obey under any circumstances.
Fools, do you have any idea who you're standing before? All hail Lord Vegeta! Well, good. Glad we're clear on that.
Of course, they would probably comply with the other part of that gag of, as my first order as king, you are to call him Princess Trunks.
All hail Princess Trunks! No!
But this follows that same pattern of the higher degree the spell, the higher the difficulty to pass, but also the more Xeon you need and the higher intelligence characteristic you need. And grandeur does need to be maintained. But the highest tier, not the highest tier, but then there's Wind Hearts, where the target you make the target feel that the caster is a being of beauty. Once again, this is a magic or psychic resistance check. If they fail, they're automatically enthralled. Not only enthralled, but demonstrate a clear romantic interest according to their nature, personality, and disposition.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
So do be careful of when they're using that around the dragon.
Moving on.
Mildra, do you have something to say, sir?
Go ask the donkey, not me.
Oh, so it's one of those.
But look, I'm just saying, what happens in Roppongi stays there.
Fair. I won't ask any further.
But at level 74 is Absolute Presence, which makes all individuals in a radius around the caster focus their attention on him. Anyone attempting to perform an activity that is not centered on the caster has a minus 40 penalty, 120 if it involves perception abilities. And in order to ignore the spell effects, you have to pass a magic or psychic resistance check. At higher tiers, not only is the difficulty higher, but the area of effect is larger. Basic, 60 foot radius. Intermediate, 150 foot radius. Advanced, 300 foot radius. Arcane, 500 foot radius. You know, I'm trying not to make bard jokes with this subpath, but I can't help it.
I mean, like the picture of, I presume, the archetype of the subclass is a dude with a tri-horn hat with a sword harp thing.
Hmm.
So the key sword tar.
Yep. At level 84, there's Perfection. Basically alters your physical appearance so you look perfect to all observers. At basic level, you have Appearance 10 and have a 100 bonus to style, persuasion, intimidation, and leadership. At intermediate level, your wounds disappear forever without leaving a mark or scar, and your base regeneration goes up by 3. At advanced, the ability bonus goes up to 200. And at arcane, you also get a +1 to all characteristics. But the highest tier is at level 94, King of the World. And no, Ramses, shut up. That one was for you, Sig.
A feat that only Menace himself could accomplish.
Doesn't exist, made up, shut up. But at this spell, your appearance and social skills are deific, making you the center of attention and object of veneration to all those around him. Anyone within the spell's area must pass a magic resistance check or consider the wizard to be his master and ideal, the epitome of everything he admires. The wizard will not have complete control over those affected, who will behave according to their normal personalities, but will try to satisfy, help, and seek the approval of the caster as if they were his loyal followers. So, basic level, 1,500 foot radius. Intermediate, 1 mile radius. Advanced, 2 mile radius. Arcane, 3 mile radius.
God, you strut somewhere and all of a sudden everybody's your friend.
You go into a castle, and now that castle is yours.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of this episode of Supernatural with this guy with the psychic powers. Hey, can I have your car, dude? Sure, man.
Mm-mm. Oh. There is since time is one of the subpaths, there is a sidebar about it that time-related spells in Gaia are highly restricted and controlled by the powers. So any spell that causes alterations to history or disruptions in space-time will be overridden by Imperium and have no effect. And well, I know somebody might say, well, I'll just pick a fight with Imperium. You will lose that fight.
Let's be frank, you don't survive as long as you did that by being weak.
True, but the Imperium is stronger, and they do have people. Way more people than you do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I meant.
Like the only people who are that kind of pain in the ass for Imperium to where they probably could start to put up a fight against them is, say, Lucanor. But the thing is that there's still that agreement that Lucanor is not to be touched. As is any descendant of Zorn Giovanni, which he is. Or just anybody who has one of those pieces of black metal.
Yeah.
But one of the big contributions with Arcana X as far as the magic side of things was also invocations. The core book hinted at the great beasts, but the only invocations there were the Arcana. In Arcana X sets, the beasts get their full attention. And they're divided into minor powers and great powers. Let's see, what would be a good... So, as an example of a minor power, let's look at, say, Air, the first Valkyrie. So, in order to secure the pact, you have to have saved 5 people from certain death. The initial invocation difficulty is 280. The Xeon cost is 200. And that's just for setting up the pact. The two effects you get out of it are Eye of Death and Einjiar. So basically, one lets you heal wounds like an expert, even mystical wounds. The other lets you, well, summon an Einherjar. Or rather, take a deceased spirit, a recently deceased spirit, and transform them into an Einherjar. On the other hand, as far as one of the greater powers, let's see what I'll bring up. Leviathan, the Lord of the Oceans. One third of the Trinity of Beasts, and is described as the greatest water elemental in existence.
Tracks.
Yeah, with a name like that.
Indeed.
The Trinity of Beasts are Behemoth, Lord of the Earth, Leviathan, Lord of the Oceans, and Ziz, Lord of the Skies.
Rayquaza, is that you?
Oh. Oh, it could be worse. We could be dealing with Mega Rayquaza.
I mean, yeah.
The pact requirements: the invoker serve Leviathan and prove worthy of invoking his name. That's basically what it says for it.
So super abstract.
Mm-hmm. But the effects it can do are Water Communion, where you have any damage suffered, including damage based on energy, and gain absolute immunity against spells from the Path of Water, unless it's used by somebody with 40 or more Gnosis. Or there's Water Lord, which is just causing a tsunami.
I mean, sometimes you gotta take out a city.
Mm-mm.
Well, you can't make an omelet without sinking a city or something.
That better be a giant omelet given the size of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it! Now I'm hungry.
But the tsunami is 3 miles wide and 1 mile high.
Damn, but that's quite a few cities, actually.
Yeah. And just as a reference, I'm going to look what the record is for tallest tsunami.
Definitely not a mile.
The tallest tsunami on record is the Tuya Bay earthquake and mega tsunami in 1958. The height of it was 1,719 feet.
Okay.
But this was those kind of mega tsunamis are extremely rare. The last one that happened was in Tracy Arm, Alaska, which only got to 1,600 feet. But most regular tsunamis, they are, say they're usually at, let me see. trying to see if I can find like the average size, but I don't think that'd be possible. Well, the point is that if you're calling Leviathan to do that kind of effect, this is the nuke button.
This is the, oh hey, we're losing the fight, therefore we're just gonna take the city out with us.
Mm-hmm.
Or as I like to call it, this is the fuck it, I win button.
Yep. Now, of course, using it has a difficulty of 380 and costs 800 Xeon.
Details.
I mean, look, all right. Like, if you're at this point, like it's like you got ways to either buff your numbers up or like things you can do to like hedge your bet so that you can pull that off.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, if I want to get really into the bullshit, there's Tawil at Umur, the Lord of the Gates, the first and final Aeon, the Lord of Time and Space. Which, in order to get a pact with him, you have to enter one of his portals. If you survive passing through the portal, you have to build a huge clock tower. If that tower is ever destroyed, Tawil will never respond to the Invoker again.
That's a man, you done fucked up moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like for something like that, that's for like an NPC the party is up against, and they figure out like that Achilles heel, so they go and take out the tower.
Yep. So, first thing it has is time compression. No, Ultimisia, sit down.
Now you just made her sad.
Yeah, this is more akin to Zawaldo. It freezes time by 1 turn for every 20 points you exceeded the required difficulty. And while this is active, you cannot alter or modify any part of your surroundings, nor can you take actions that affect anyone outside of you.
So you can't even attack. So I guess a spell like that would be just like, hey, I need to leave.
Mm-hmm. Either that, or do a bit of spy work, if you're really good at it.
I mean, you can't interact with anything or anyone with that active, so best you can do is hope the general or the king has some classified documents just laid across their desk, and hope that's the stuff that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. But then there's Gate, which lets you defend any attack with Tawil's defensive ability. Basically, you can store an attack in the gate and then launch it back at whoever did it. So the typical thing of you try and stab somebody and they end up stabbing themselves.
Stop stabbing yourself. Stop stabbing yourself.
This is the equivalent of having like the mirror shield from like Legend of Zelda.
Yep. Then the ultimate is Beyond Time and Space, which costs 1200 Xeon. I'm just going to read this one off. You choose a target in your vicinity and require them to make a magic resistance check against difficulty 140 with a +5 bonus to the difficulty for every 10 points the invoker exceeded the required difficulty of the invocation, maximum of 260. If the target fails the check, they disappear and are, quote-unquote, removed from the flow of time, trapped in a different timeline from the rest of the world. While in this state, time does not flow for the target, and he cannot be affected by any other person. When the duration ends, he appears somewhere in the world in a completely random location and manner. If the magic resistance check is failed by more than 60 points, the target is transported into absolute nothingness and is unable to return. The duration is 1 century for each point to which the invoker exceeds the required difficulty.
Again, this is one of those like, hey, like the players probably aren't going to pull this off, but give this to a NPC, and they go, "Ooh, that would be interesting." Having the big bad have this, and then do a whole Samurai Jack the party, send them far into the future, where their word is law. And the entire campaign from then on is trying to go back in time to defeat legally Stinkaku.
Yep. Oh. But he hasn't even aged. Like, at all. He just grew that stupid beard. It feels like we'll be here forever. But there is another avenue for summoning that was introduced in Arcana X set, and that is incarnations. Incarnations are called by some occultists heroes of existence, the chosen of the world. Concepts formed from special people. Now, in order to use it, you need to have a certain affinity for it. You also need to meet the level requirement. Each invocation will have certain powers that the invoker has access to. The invoker maintains their own characteristics, but can replace any of their stats with the incarnations if the latter is superior. And if you have a higher affinity, you can get a greater amount of power from it. The only catch is that it's impossible to combine the natural combat power granted by incarnations with a key ability, Legacy of Blood, or an Ars Magnus. I know it would be tempting to say that incarnation is akin to heroic spirit, except no, incarnation is closer to what I was doing with the yokai. It is a summoning check, one that's a bit easier depending on how long you're going to be synchronized with them and the level of affinity that you have. And of course, I'd say a closer analog is the possession aspect in, say, Shaman King. You know, until that shifted into
highly underrated.
Oh yeah. Oh. And the affinity is in 3 tiers: minor, intermediate, and real. And I guess you could say the higher the affinity, the thinner the line is between you and whatever you're incarnating. But let's see, what would be a good one to reference here?
How about Aiko? You did mention yokai, so why not go first straight up Oni?
No, I think I'm gonna pander to a friend of mine and go with Gigzur, the Slayer of Dragons. A limb seed that was very, very good at killing great beasts. So there are a few things that can give you a bonus to summoning. If you have feats of strength at 180 or higher, plus 20. If you're size 25, plus 20. If you've killed a dragon, plus 50. If you have one of Gigzur's possessions, plus 40. If you have a fragment of the fang of the first dragon he killed, 140. If you work with a supernatural being, minus 30. If you're smaller than size 19, minus 40. If you avoided a confrontation with a dragon, minus 50. If you fear death, minus 100. Who's ringing a bell?
I'm not ringing a bell.
Yeah. But
I hear no bell.
must be an outside thing. But the generic powers are Dragon Slayer. All your attacks against enormous or larger creatures deal double damage. Eternal Blood. You have the Eternal Blood Legacy of Blood. And Inhuman Force. You have Strength 13 and can make inhuman actions that depend on strength. But minor affinity. First off, you get his weapon Nothung, which is a two-handed axe with quality 10, does base damage of 120, and has the attack types of cut and cold. Also, Dragon Skin. Absorb the power of any attack suffered. You reduce the base damage of any attack against you by 10. And Unstoppable Force. If more than one attack in one turn causes you to go on the defensive, it doesn't have any effect, but basically you don't get put on the offensive when you get hit once. The real affinity has, if we're going up to that, you have to be level 13 for it. Nothung has a quality of plus 20 and its base damage is 140. You ignore any penalty to your actions caused by physical or supernatural effects. And once every 10 turns, before determining initiative, you can declare that you want to activate Shadow of Destruction. During the subsequent turn, you can make 5 attacks using full attack ability.
It's
that is
busted.
really good. That is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, it costs 1,400 Xeon.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta be level 13.
Yep. But each of the incarnations is essentially, imagine taking a heroic spirit in say Fate and fusing with them.
Isn't there a Fate spinoff that they did do something like that?
Fate Grand Order.
Okay.
Mm-mm. But another element, summoning seems to get the most love out of the magic side of Arcana X set, because then there's a whole thing for the Shili, a different type of spirit that is in between summoning and familiars. I'd say this is not too far removed from the Fairy Tamer in Sword World. And I'd also say not too far removed from the elemental spirits you see in the Mana series.
Yep.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And each one has a set of innate powers as well as improvement powers that they can get. And these improvement powers are basically a representation of, as the master gets more powerful, the servant does. If it's bound as a familiar, it gets even more. But you do have the problem of it's still a familiar, which means you're still getting hit. On the other hand, they have a natural knowledge of path magic. And there does seem to be one Sheely for each of the 10 primary paths. The only one that doesn't have one is necromancy, for very obvious reasons, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But as an example, let's look at the fire spirit, the Faren, the fire Sheely, which has its own set of characteristics and secondary abilities, but also has 20 levels in the fire path. They already have a flight value of 6, and can control fire with an intensity not equaling half its power characteristic, which at the start their power is 8. So that's a good amount. But in addition to that, they can get a few specialized effects. You know, things like Flames of Gehenna, which is an explosion. Or supplemental things like Destructive Force, which just adds plus 20 base damage to their attack spells. But since this is the fire path, you're going to be getting a lot of attack spells as is. And of course, there's things like Fiery Form, where it's increasing the intensity of the flames. But I look at the Sheely as a way for summoners to dip into spellcasting through familiars, or through just summoning these spirits so that they could do magic for you. Again, I keep getting the vibe of the Fairy Tamer in Sword World. But of course, shifting away from magic, there is the concept of psychics. And the first thing they bring up is the idea of mental patterns. Mental patterns are basically taking a psychological state and giving bonuses and penalties to it. Sort of like a slightly limited version of what is available for the when it comes to the magical theorems we saw earlier.
Mm-hmm.
On the other, it costs development points in order to get it. It also costs development points to turn it off. On the other hand, you can take up to 2 patterns. It basically represents, taking the personality and turning it into a inclination with psychic abilities. For example, the Courage mental pattern. On one hand, you get plus 30 to psychic projection and increase the difficulty level by 1, which can avoid a fatigue result when using attack powers. But you have a penalty to minus 20 to defensive psychic projection and minus 40 to all actions aimed at escaping a fight.
Yeah, the Courage is a good one. I had that one for my psychic.
Mm-hmm.
And that plus 30 helps a lot, especially when you're trying to go after the strong, like the higher level, like tiers when you're trying to cast psychic bullshittery.
On the other hand, if you want to double down on bullshit, you can always go with the Madness pattern.
I wasn't allowed to take that.
Which, when you activate a psychic power or use an active one, you have to roll a d10 and apply the modifier to psychic potential. Though you are immune to any effect that causes madness, because you're already crazy. It also means the patterns that are opposite that you can't take are randomized. But if you roll a 1 on that d10, psychic potential gets a penalty of 40. If you roll a 10, it gets a bonus of 50. And there's varying ones in between. And of course, if you roll a 5, you get nothing.
You get nothing, good sir.
You lose.
You're insane, but you still did not get anything that you want.
Yep. But they also added a few more psychic disciplines. Causality, manipulating the primordial chaos that moves reality, electromagnetism, welcome to die. Okay, not really. It's more about controlling electricity, so than controlling magnetism.
There is a little bit of magnetism, like controlling magnetism, but it's just something that's there. Your main gimmick with this one is like just being like Emperor Palpatine shocking people.
Or you really liked playing Infamous.
You know, that's one of those franchises that desperately need a reboot.
Never gonna happen, sadly.
Yeah. Between that and Killzone.
Maybe it's for the best that it didn't, although I still have the Killzone card game that a fan made.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
I mean, fans make all sorts of stuff.
But we have teleportation as a psychic discipline, which, yes, does involve teleporting people, but also teleporting as a defensive action is one thing you can do, which basically gives you some free dodges.
Oh, so like blinking in World of Warcraft.
Oh. Well, not free dodges. It lets you use psychic protection in place of your dodge stat a number of times based on how you do it. Unless you get the Zen version, in which you can do it unlimited times and teleport an unlimited distance with each successful dodge.
I mean, what better way to avoid any dangers than to be zipping about through points no one can track you?
But one of the highest tiers is Aleph, where you can see the whole universe from every angle at once. But if
like that is like, I will say that is a like big departure. It's like, you went from, oh hey, I can teleport a lot or teleport far away to like, hey, I perceive everything.
Of course, light is another one, which is exactly what it sounds like. Somehow not as bullshit as light magic. On the other hand, one of its level 3 effects is laser, which not only does damage but also reduces armor type.
Oh yeah.
I'm firing my laser.
And
you also do get a flashbang as well.
And of course, hypersensitivity, which lets you improve your senses. But they also went into doing rituals and grimoires, which is a case of a multi-person, long-term type of spellcasting. In order to get it, you would need to have the appropriate material. And also, these are what would be rituals in other games, basically. And in order to get it, you need to have a grimoire that has it. Of course, there's also the fact you need to be able to read the language that the grimoire is in. And some of them will have path spells as well. And can be used as a way to learn path spells if up to a certain point. Like for example, let's see. Mahotai has as its language Archaic Yamato. There are certain creatures that can have it. Its magical theory is one elemental path at level 40. You get plus 40 to history and occult for checks related to Vajra. You could also use it to learn Aikido and Shotokan. And all spells in the book assumes that the wizard is using them as a expert in Onmyudo. If not, you can still cast the spells, but only at basic level. And there were a few other optional rules that were added, far more optional rules than in Dominus, including some fun ones like Sanctum Sanctorum.
Hey, I know that. I watched Marvel.
So if you want to have your magical dwelling, that's one way to do it. There's also nodes, which is basically ley lines. And a Sanctum Sanctorum can have its own effects within that area. And they can be destroyed, though it's not easy to do it, and when you do destroy it, you're not getting it back.
Oh, that's a shame.
But before we get to the third part, and I know this has been a long one, I knew it was going to be a long one. What is your take on Arcana X set, having revisited A?
There is a lot here for like magic casting. Granted, it is called Arcana, so like that is to go with it. I didn't know the amount that it had for summoners in this book. I figured it was mostly just spells whenever I first skimmed through it looking for stuff to help my psychic character.
But I feel like summoners get the most attention in this compared to anyone else on that side of things.
I mean, I'm trying to think. In the core rulebook, did the summoners get a whole lot there? There were
a few Arcana. There was the rules for familiars, but there wasn't anything expanded on it and things like the Sheely and incarnations were definitely not there. And as far as invokers, you had the normal and reversed Arcana, a tease of the Great Beast, but no actual Great Beast, and that was it. So definitely giving it some love. Sig, Hydra, what did you guys think of Arcana X set?
I love the way that magic works in this. It's very different from some of the others I've played.
Indeed, you pretty much can start loads of just caster like your basic bitch fire or water or any other elemental spells, and then by the end of it, you're so absurdly powerful you could pretty much just go ahead and tell all of reality where to shove it.
I don't know if I'd go that far because that's going to get Imperium's attention. And as we've established, anything bad that happens in Gaia, Imperium is involved on some level.
Still, the psychic addition to this seems like pretty minimal, all things considered.
You don't see many games that do psychics, like they do in Anima.
Most of the time, psychics are just a different form of magic. Maybe they go and they like, hey, you don't need to have material requirements and stuff like that. So, and yeah, it does feel like the psychics portion of this book was kind of just added on last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Like the mental patterns does change a lot. You wouldn't think so just from a glance, but when you're playing the game, like every 10 and 30 plus you get to your roll, like does help out a lot.
Mm-hmm. Psychic is it's a bit trickier to do psychic because they're a bit more freeform compared to the very defined effects that you see with Key and magic. So I certainly sympathize, and there is, I know I'm not gonna cover homebrew stuff, but there is one addition that was added. I think it was added in the old forums and then got ported over, and that is Psywired. Psywired was an attempt to do metamagic for psychics. You are still spending psychic points in order to access it, but it's basically giving you more options with using psychic projection.
Yeah, that makes.
But we are going to take one last break, and then we are going to be delving into Prometheum X set, the supernatural artifacts. So, see you guys in a few.
Yep.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. So, magic items are nothing new in role-playing games or in fantasy stories, period. There's always been the story of the magic sword or spear or shield. Wait a minute, am I just describing the Odyssey?
Yes.
I mean, like, of all the things to get your magical items from, it, like, the Odyssey would be like the OG.
I think there's plenty of mythologies that could make that claim. And obviously, once you're dealing with that far back in history, who started it is debatable. But I have had a long-standing issue when it comes to magic items and artifacts in the way a lot of game designers and TTRPGs handle them, which is just having them be the +1 longsword stereotype. And ignoring sometimes they'll give this elaborate story, but at the end of the day it's still a +1 longsword. Like, you can say, "Oh, this was a sword that was blessed by a saint." But mechanically, it's just a longsword with numbers go up. If it's
And sometimes that sword could have like an additional dice worth of radiant damage.
yeah. And I have seen some grogs try to defend this, saying you don't need that kind of mechanics, but I'm like, if you're playing a game, there's no reason that you shouldn't have narrative integrate with mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
And as well as I always say, fuck the grogs. If I ever make my own coffee, like hang on.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Like the Benchwarmer crew. Fuck the grogs is going to be one of the flavors. It is going to be the blackest flavor of coffee that I can get.
Nice.
Hey, do you know what? I actually love black coffee.
But I have stated that a magic item should have its own story. Should have its own impact on the setting. It should be a significant deal when you get it. Think of the Atlantean sword in Conan. Calling it a +1 longsword, is doing it a disservice, because it is a sword that's made of a steel that is such high quality that any modern steel loses against it. And it may or may not have the blessing of Crom, who, obviously in the Conan universe, Crom is equal parts Odin and Cernunnos. And as I've mentioned in the past, no one prays to him. Because if you are weak enough to need his help, then you're too weak for his attention. But I suppose if I have to use a easier example, consider the Master Sword in Legend of Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it is considered a big damn deal when you get the thing. And as that series has gone on, there's been more... that sword has had more impact than just a superior sword.
Especially Skyward Sword.
Mm-hmm. But I suppose another example of this kind of thinking would be the noble phantasms in Fate, where each one has its own story and is tied to the myth of that heroic spirit. Like, consider Gaedbolg, the Spear of Kukule. It's not just a very strong spear. If you get wounded by that spear, that wound is not healing. But The first thing that Prometheus X set gets into is the creation of these artifacts. Some of them are created by pure magic. Some of them are designed. These would be the closest to magic items that are known. And then there's the very rare case of spontaneous creation. And because I should note that Anima makes it clear that having a bunch of magic items doesn't mean you're stronger than someone who's very skilled. If you're weaker but you have magic items, you're still less powerful than a more skilled opponent.
These aren't these artifacts and weapons aren't a I win button. Typically,
They ain't MacGuffins.
it's like they'll help whoever's using them, but like if you don't know how to use them, somebody that does know how to use, let's say, long swords compared to the magical long sword, like the long sword master is gonna whoop the artifact long swords user's ass.
Mm-hmm. And we have seen that kind of thing in various shows where somebody thinks that they're hot shit because they have a magic item, and then they get their ass kicked by somebody who knows how to fight. But one main way you can get it is by taking the artifact advantage, which I think there was a artifact thing that was hinted at in the core book but never expanded on, and here it is.
Yeah.
The potential of the artifact, as well as your character level, determines how many points the artifact is going to have. Because you can spend 1, 2, or 3 creation points, and this isn't a case of it levels up with you. This is mostly your starting level, because remember, you don't have to start at level 1.
No.
And when it comes now, in addition to that, if you're dealing with a campaign that's high supernatural, characters are treated as being level 3 for the purposes of the power level of items they can get at character creation. Which does have some impact, but not as much as you might think. Now, an easy way to make a magic item would just be making an elemental weapon, which the intensity of the element you put in grants a damage bonus, but also not every weapon can handle it, and the weapon needs to be of a certain quality in order to do it. Like an intensity 9, say fire or cold or whatnot, requires a +5 weapon. On the other hand, that +5 weapon can't sustain a intensity of 16. And of course, the rule of 3 layers of armor still applies. We did talk about the legend of artifacts, and that is put in the mechanics in the form of fable. Not all objects have a fable, but some of them can. And the level of knowledge can grant bonuses to the notion of use powers of that particular artifact. At tier 1, Fable Grade 1, you have a vague idea of it. You don't get any bonuses to Notion of Use powers. At Grade 2, you've identified it. You can use the ritual powers of the thing and reduce the complexity of Notion of Use powers by 1 level. At Grade 3, you can use the arcane ritual and ritual powers of the device, as well as reduce the complexity of Notion of Use powers by 2 levels. You can also do a magic appraisal check to see how well you can identify what the artifact can even do. At grades 2 or 3, you can increase your affinity with that artifact. But in terms of using a magical artifact, this can range between some automatic powers, just stuff that's already activated, activation protocol, so some sort of phrase or keyword that you need to say to activate it. Some of these activation protocols are the rituals. A bit of supernatural knowledge, which is where the Notion of Use powers are tied into. And of course, Notion of Use. The Notion of Use has complexity between 1 and 5, which indicates how long it takes to use the power effectively. And there is an advantage that can make it a little bit easier. Artifact Affinity, which costs 1 CP. But as mentioned, there's the whole thing with rituals, which is something that you need in order to use the power. But then there's a whole thing on creating supernatural artifacts. First off, you need a source item. So they're doing the same thing that I did, where in order to make a magic item, you need to have a mundane item that you're turning magical. I don't know why that was such a controversial choice on my part. It made logical sense. You can't make a magic item out of nothing. But the container determines the power level that it has. And this is based on the item's presence. Higher presence, higher power level. It's basically the budget of the approach is that each power is going to have a tier and a presence cost. The presence of the item is basically the budget for what powers you can put in. And of course, higher quality means higher presence, which means a bigger budget for what you can do with it. But it's not far removed from, say, the power points that are used for psychic potential. You know, you've got a certain amount of points, you spend them on effects. However, each power has a cost and a level, so the amount and level of power points that can be invested. And of course, as mentioned, the container can affect this sort of thing. High quality materials give more presence. sometimes the things like tattoos can be treated as magical objects as well. That's a very nice touch.
For my campaign, I had
Yes,
like a
I
tattoo
see.
of holding.
Say again, it got overlapped with. Thank you, Brian, for the resub.
Oh, in my campaign, I had a tattoo of holding that became a major plot point when we were stuck in a time loop.
Mm-hmm. But they do give a few examples. Go ahead.
Because everything else in the time loop would just get reset. But if I put something in the tattoo, it stayed there.
Mm-hmm. And a wizard can sacrifice their power characteristic to boost what can be put into a magic item if they so choose. And same thing can, and Xeon can also be used as a substitute if need be. However, keep in mind if you're using Xeon, it's gonna be diminishing returns because Xeon doesn't stick around.
Nope.
Now there are unique components that you can use that give certain power points at certain levels. For example, Star Metal. If it's used as a decoration for an item, it gives 100 power points at level 1. If half of the thing is made of Star Metal, it gives 100 at level 2, and if it's the whole thing, it gives 100 at level 3. Not every component is a type of metal or something physical like that. Sometimes it could be pure elements. Sometimes it could be the blood of an ancient bloodline. Sometimes it could be a damn heart of a dragon.
I mean, like if you're gonna have to have some sort of component, you might as well go with the dragon's heart.
Yeah, or things like the tears of a banshee.
We could pay Steve a visit.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to the creation ritual, that has its own difficulties and modifiers, depending on which type of ritual you're trying to use. And these, instead of this being a casting check, rituals are using the occultism skill. And the power level of whatever you're adding into it determines the difficulty as well as whether or not you can even do it. And since this is a check, you could run the risk of failing.
And failing spectacularly.
Mm-hmm. But the creation rituals are runes, alchemy, and animism. There is also the use of the occultism skill if you so choose. So you have 4 potential options. Runes is basically making and inscribing runes. Alchemy is exactly what it sounds like, even having the stages of elements: Negrito, Albedo, and Rubido. It's also the only one that seems to be able to do power level 5 effects. And animism is using spiritual power. Each of them have their own limitations and their own materials that is required. I'd say runes would be the easiest in terms of difficulty, just because its main disadvantage is people are able to see runes at a glance. On the other hand, there are weaknesses that can be put into a magic item. the diminishing one is one that can be done where they lose a power point for each day of continuous use. Or energy charges, where each time the item is activated, you have to invest in it with either magic, mental power, or life force. This can be spending Xeon, spending Ki, spending a temporary power point, or not a temporary power point, a temporary psychic point, or spending vital energy, i.e., casting through HP using that object. And when it comes to the individual powers, they operate on a degree of effect, kind of like the effects you see with technique creation. You have a certain cost and a certain level of said power. Usually the level ranges from 1 to 5. And there are some variations of this. Though they get crazier much later on, of course. But if you so choose, you could also put a weakness on it, like say limited. You can, like for example, with magic accumulation, you could put the weakness limit on that, have the power level go down by 1, and have it that it gives the bonus to accumulation, but only for spells of a certain path. That's just one example. On the psychic end of things, you could do that with psychic potential, and just have it that the level bonus is 1 lower, so it's a little less costly, but you can only use it from one specific discipline. And you can kind of see the approach that's taken. There's also a sidebar about prosthesis if you wanted to take that approach.
I mean, why not?
That would be cool.
Yep. Though in terms of what would count under the different notion of uses, that is not outright stated, I believe. It's just the main thing. The main thing is the level of effect that's being put into it. And I will admit that this does mean that it takes a bit of work when it comes to magic items. There's not really a quick way to make a magic item here. And I know I keep saying that when they call supernatural artifacts, but that's just because I'm not paid by the syllable. But after that, there is a compendium of different artifacts. And this has 5 levels, though there is a plus regarding the in-between ones. Level 1 items are minor effects. You know, they don't. This would be the equivalent of a +1 longsword in the world's most litigious role-playing game. Level 2, these are the more common ones that have some remarkable ability. Level 3 is the high degree of power kind of effects. Legendary weapons or the like would be level 3. Level 4 is considered some of the most powerful known creations and have what would be considered impossible. Some of them might be divine. Level 5, their potential cannot be accurately expressed. These are items that could threaten the existence of a world and is theoretical. And some items will have a plus, which means they're kind of in between levels. Like as a higher, like a level 1 plus would be a level 1 item that is a bit more powerful than normal. And just as a bit of fun, let's look at one of the high-end ones. Oh, that'll work. So one of them is Gilgamesh, Staff of the Dominator.
That's a name.
Mm-hmm. It is a Sylvain white metal staff. Almost nothing is known of its origins, except that it was given to Tamiel Ul Sylvanus by a traveler who initiated the Day of Awakening. Any supernatural being in the presence of the staff feels a sense of unease, as if their essence is being shaken. It can overpower the supernatural abilities of most magical creatures, even divine ones. But only strong souls can use it correctly. For most, it's just a fancy stick.
Hey, nothing wrong with a fancy stick.
Mm-hmm. So it is considered a plus 20 combat staff that can damage energy. It also contributes to the magic. Unlike normal ones, it contributes to the magic and psychic projection. There's no known way to destroy it. It can only be used by natural creatures, so beings between worlds and spirits can't use it. All abilities of the check require a power check to activate that always use the base power characteristic of the character, ignoring any modifiers from spells, other objects, etc. It does have a few notion of use powers. The base one is Arcane Cancellation, where it can cancel offensive invocations. It does take a power check and a Xeon investment to do it. Or it could enhance magical effects. Enhancing magic accumulation for spells channeled through the staff. You can increase the bonus to plus 40 instead of plus 20, but have to spend 50 more Xeon per turn to do it. And there's Namanoth, its Notion 4 ability, which lets you use it as a core for the, quote, for the existential emptiness that absorbs and annuls all kinds of supernatural powers from Gnosis near the user of the staff or anyone he targets. You can activate this power with a power check with a difficulty of 16. If successful, for the next 3 minutes, each creature or entity whose power characteristic is lower than that of the user has a minus 60 penalty to magic accumulation, minus 100 to psychic potential, minus 2 to all key accumulation, and minus 40 to all actions taken against the bearer. The bearer gets plus 40 to resistance against such creatures, and any damage they cause to him is reduced by half. If you fail the power check, the bearer cannot use supernatural abilities for a number of days equal to his degree of failure.
Not so nice.
Mm-hmm. The area of effect, 300 feet. Plus an additional 300 for each point by which you exceeded the target on the power check. It also affects any spiritual entity, no matter how far away it is, that tries to use powers against the bearer of the staff. So, yeah, that is what's considered a high-tier magic item. And that's only power level 4+. That's not even a level 5 one. In fact, none of them are level 5. But supernatural artifacts also includes things like potions. Oh. Which there isn't instead of a healing potion, you have things like frenzy, or the potion of life, or the essence of fascination. And I already mentioned the Lawbringers, that the specialized weapons that are the domain of Inquisitors. And a lot of them are power level 3 or higher. But each of the even the minor artifacts have this vibe of this is something an entire campaign would be built around.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the what's referred to as Omega class items is the Book of the Dead.
Oh, jeez.
Groovy.
It's a book of dead people.
Or things like the Key of Yggdrasil, which has both the power of creation and destruction. And when I say creation and destruction, I mean it can create or destroy anything through sheer will. Although high presence items can create a bit of feedback. Though things like that are Megastherion. At that point you're going way beyond a item and more like a concept. But something else that was added within Prometheus X set was combat modules tied to supernatural combat. Several of them require artifacts. So not only do you have the stuff that artifacts do, but you can also use them to develop combat styles around them.
Nice.
Which I see that as a representation of that whole skill gap thing that is present throughout Anima.
Mm-hmm.
Of if you're investing in making a artifact or getting an artifact, it is another avenue of your abilities, not a replacement for them. But I realize we skimmed a bit. The only real issue that I have with Prometheus X set is there isn't a baseline range of power points if somebody wanted to quickly make a artifact.
Mhm.
Say if somebody wanted to make a level 1 artifact, what would be the power point range of effect? There isn't anything like that. It's just going into the full detailed creation setup, which is nice, but in some cases the GM might want something a bit quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But before we get into the final thoughts, what do you think of Prometheus X set, or Prometheum, I should say?
Lots of magic items, but they're not technically magic, I suppose.
Mhm.
I do, and it feels like there's a lot more sentient weapons in this one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
I mean, hell, there's even rules to like when you make a magic item, you can be like, hey, how sentient is this thing going to be? Is it going to be very basic? Is it going to have its own personality, its goals? Is it like, hey, it's advanced sentient item, but all it cares about is to protect this single tree?
Mhm.
Or we could go the other way and pretty much just see if we can create a, like, oh, I don't know, like a staff or something that boosts, that gives like resistances. And everyone says weapons, but does it have to be a weapon? Like you could have like bracers or suit of armor that boost like resistances or stuff like that.
There is a segment that tells you like what of what the hold on, let me pull it back up. Of kind of like the suggested things that some items can have. Like for example, rings can have what is suggested to have one thing.
Right, right. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, for example, rings are kind of like automatic spells, natural spells, and spellcasters. Crowns have attention of dynasty, trinket and tiaras, psychic immunity. So like it's more than just like, oh, this is a sword, therefore I get this stuff. But you can pretty much enhance anything. Like you can have clothes that give improved movement, orbs, bracers, belts,
Mhm.
and the whole lot. Glasses.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
Let's just not put the X-ray vision on those glasses.
It does have a special for special vision.
Mhm.
That would be interesting. A character that can't normally see supernatural, but they have a pair of glasses that lets them to.
Indeed.
Mhm.
So it's an anima version of They Live.
Pretty much.
Put on the glasses.
Where's Roddy Piper when you need him? Oh wait, sorry.
I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum. And I'm all out of gum.
But when it, but overall, not through both this episode and 2 weeks ago, we've extensively covered the TTRPG, and I'd say we have as far as the mechanics side of things, and I'd be with all of that in mind. What do you guys think of the totality of Anima Beyond Fantasy as a tabletop RPG?
I'm sad that I never picked up the book when I had the chance back in the day when this thing was available.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen TTRPGs that has that doesn't even have half the content in this, just the core and the supplements have.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've gone on about how this system, people say it's overly crunchy, but I could like after all the books, like there's a lot of content here that like even if you were like, hey, all we're gonna do is play this RPG for forever, like you can just keep doing that. Like you can make all sorts of characters and scenarios and of course magical items.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say that this is an easy game. There is definitely a skill floor.
Oh yeah.
My attitude has always been don't throw stones in that glass house. I have been of the opinion that a lot of people who make the claim that this is this ridiculously complicated esoteric affair are doing so from the perspective of it's different, so it's weird more often than not. And the reason I'm confident in saying that is is how hyperbolic these statements end up being.
Honestly, I despise that statement. Oh, it's different, so it's weird.
Oh. It's kind of like when people would tell me, "Oh, Eve is really complicated. It's really deep." And then you look at it and it's like, "Yeah, there's a lot to it, but it's not as impenetrable as people who say that like to think it is."
I mean, Eve is like spreadsheets in space.
Aurora 4X is spreadsheets in space.
Fair.
It's a very good game. It's just not something I can do. I do appreciate the detail for just a one-man job.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I think that once you include the stuff from the X set books and take into account what happened with the changes from the original core rulebook to core X set, what you have is a game that is tailor built for people who have a particular concept in mind that they want to embody for their campaigns.
Very anime inspired campaigns.
Yeah. I end up enjoying this a lot because, and you probably got some of this too. In my formative years, I got endless amounts of shit from the old guard who insisted that me wanting to put manga style elements or even some video game elements in my tabletop campaigns was haram. And
yeah,
whenever I would ask why, the answer was because that's not the way it's supposed to work, or something to that extent. Basically shut up and don't question it. You can consider that kind of thing as
today, though.
Oh yeah, you can consider that kind of thing as the origin story of my disdain for grogs. And I certainly had to deal with it whenever I would talk about Anima, and hell, even Exalted or any game that I covered nowadays. I've had to deal with that shit. I find it amusing when certain old school types tries to latch onto Sword World 1.0 and then quit when they realize that it isn't the OSR fest that they thought it was. That or some of them try to do the whole, oh, I'm gonna use my own setting but use Sword World 1.0's rule set. They don't last.
Yeah.
Am I saying you can't do that? No. But you're gonna have to put the work in because there's a similar there have been setting hacks with Anima, but you do have to put the work in because so much of Anima's design is tied to Gaia. Like, with a lot of the stuff here, I have a hard time seeing it run in any setting but Gaia.
This is a case where today identity and mechanics are married.
Yeah, and those are my favorite kind of games.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, like you would have to sit down and you'd have to like work it out. Work out how the anima mechanics would work in your spoke setting. Yeah.
Like imagine how much house ruling you'd have to do if somebody wanted to do Anima's rule set in Eberron.
Good luck without one.
Yeah, like, and Eberron is definitely a child of 3rd edition, right?
It was part of a design a setting contest.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the more magic punk approach that Eberron has, it's the closest to the mark. If somebody tried to do, say, Dragonlance, I'd be like, just use anything else.
Yeah, it's like Dragonlance is like stereotypical like fantasy, like European fantasy.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think I've always resented the idea that if I'm doing fantasy, I have to be doing that pastiche. If I want to go over the top, or if I want to go the power fantasy, that shouldn't be controversial. But that being said, while this is the closing part of the TTRPG side, we're not quite done with Anima. We've got a few things to cover just yet. Because not only was there a TTRPG with that initial wave, there were other tabletop projects. The second biggest of those we will be covering in 2 weeks when we delve into the skirmish war game Anima Tactics. So keep an eye out for that. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.
See you on the trail.